Morning. Music's pretty loud. That's better. We are back in the Immersive Toolkit, and I want us to take a look at the advanced locomotion system today, as you can see up on the screen, and see what we need to get it working and implement it into our toolkit as a replacement for the default first-person character. At least that's the plan. I need to see, number one, if it uses like the character movement controller. I tested it out a little bit last night, and it does have first person support, but it looks really bad. It doesn't look great. And I would like to actually figure out what we can do with it. I will show it to you guys. So this is the first person, and as you can see, it kind of has some clipping issues and issues with like the character moving. It's not horrible. I don't know if it feels amazing in first person though. A lot of clipping with the head, especially when climbing. But it seems to be using a trace-based climbing solution, much like my own. But it actually, you know, has the animations hooked up to it. We could just delete the head. I don't know. It's gotta be a way, or put some like some boundaries on the moving of the camera. How you doing, Rex? It's not horrible. But I would definitely want to tweak it. Yeah, especially like turning the camera. I'd like to have better rotation with the camera movement, faster rotation with the camera movement, which I think would prevent a lot of those just complete snapping, phasing into the head issues. Vertex, I mean, maybe. I don't know how it will look, but maybe that would be perfectly fine to just delete the head. It's not bad. The benefits that we have is it has a crouch built in, which is great. It does not have leaning, so we would have to implement leaning. We also probably wouldn't want to delete the head anyway, because we would need to have collision with it, but we could just hide the mesh for the head. It's not perfect. That's for sure. Definitely looks better in third person. You can see the traces actually. The benefit of doing jump traces only when the player needs to jump is that it is definitely more performant than running the traces 24/7. But I can say a benefit of running the traces 24/7 is also that you are able to show prompts for whether or not a player can jump up onto something. If you don't show that, then the player doesn't know. Different needs for different games, though. Yeah, it looks like they're doing traces on the feet too for footsteps. Potentially. I actually don't know the reasoning for doing the traces on the feet. Could be for IK, I'm not sure. Just hide the bone? Okay. Let's take a look at how we can do that today. Is this using the CMC? Yes. Which means they've probably done some tweaks to its rotational speed and whatnot. They have done a lot of tweaks. Air control, walk speed, acceleration and braking. Oddly enough, they haven't changed the rotation speed. Hiding the bone should be enough, though. Did they draw an arrow out of comments? That's wild. That is good to know, though. Although they have like compacted all the blueprints down into... They've vacuum sealed their blueprints. Well, I think it's mostly the nodes are being handled via the animation blueprint. From what I know. I don't know where the ABP is, though. And then it's going to all these transitional states. I think. Yeah, these are all the sequences. I don't know nearly enough about this to parse it, though, and piece it together. Oh great, I have a weird thing. Thanks. Thanks, Unreal. We want to replace our character in the Immersive Sim Toolkit with this character, and then make tweaks so that it is... You know, like deleting the head mesh or whatever, or hiding it. So I'd just like to get this whole thing copied over. Yeah, we'll worry about it. First, I need to get it actually into the do project. We're going to take it pretty slowly here. We should have it. Let's just commit the addition first so that any changes we make past this can be reverted. I wouldn't mind changing its jumping system over to the one that I made for the platformer though, because I think it's better. And I think it's better because I made it, is what it comes down to. Actually, more specifically, it's because I know how it works. Just knowing how it works, and I think that I've also implemented some nice preventative measures for angled surfaces. Yeah, it's the same with code too. It's just, you can put comments, you can teach the player how the code works, but, or the developer, but if they don't understand it intrinsically, then I don't know. Where's the character? Where did they shove the character assets? No. Where the fuck did they put it? Wait, were they using, wait. Were they not using enhanced input? Holy shit, man. Okay, we have a little bit of work to do today. Jesus Christ. Wonderful. That shouldn't be too much work to replace, just kind of annoying that I have to do it. Here's our improvement to character movement and locomotion. Also, we didn't actually switch over to the much improved input system. Good luck. Oh my god, okay. Beautiful. We can probably pull some of the enhanced input actions from the default first-person character, to be fair. Wow. Where's the move input? Did I move the input over to our... I think I did. Axis 2D, I doubt that's being negated. Swizzle input axis values. What does that mean? I'm wondering if we could just replace it. Like, I don't mind the switch. That should be fine and still usable. But I think we could import the XY axis from the enhanced input action. And run this instead. Let's go one at a time here. Is that running untriggered? Yes. We'll delete those. Don't need the forward axis. Delete that. It's just wild to me that, you know, like Epic makes these themselves, or they, I don't know, they do a poll from somebody who has made this, and it's like, this is a custom function. Do they not understand that they can just shove the values in properly like this and reduce the spaghetti? We're doing this bullshit? You have space. Just use it. You don't need to put a return note on these. I just do that for the sake of clarity, to remove any execution nodes that don't go anywhere. Let's get this character in first. Yeah, it's just, I mean, especially if you actually have return values, you might want to return something specific for like a failure state. It's just better to make sure that those are all hooked up. They aren't left stranded or something. Okay, we are definitely in first person, but we have our movement. That's one thing down. Okay, our look. We need our look. Oh. We technically don't need this one, but we could just move them both over. Ooh. Pepsi. I was taking a look at getting gamer subs and trying it out, because the price was pretty good actually on that. But I don't know what... Has anybody tried it? for losers. Yeah, but the price is pretty good, and it's caffeinated. And I wouldn't be getting the acid from the Pepsi. What makes it so good? Not good for reflux. Oh, these would both have to be hooked up, right? Because we have the yaw on the pitch. I'm not gonna go too crazy on the anti-spaghetti with that. can always optimize how this blueprint looks later anyway. Okay, I mean obviously the camera is shit. I don't know why it's being shit. And we don't have the player rotating with the camera. That is probably just due to the settings on... Oh no, we imported it directly. This is the right character, right? Yeah. This anime man. They didn't fuck with him here, did they? We'll figure it out. Once we can get these set up, because maybe these are affecting that in some way. Jump action. The fuck is this? You know what this is? This is like people who code, putting it all in one line and saying, look, I wrote one line of code. That means it's more efficient than your 10 lines. Jesus Christ. At the very least, it is cathartic to do this. The one saving grace. But first I have to have like a heart attack looking at it. And then it gets better. I don't know if there's any errors or... I mean, it doesn't say there's any errors, just all the input actions are a problem. ALS base character BP. Mantle check. Holy shit. Oh my god, why do you blueprint like this? It's not the number of nodes that's the issue here, by the way. It's not the number. A lot of this you have to do to properly check all this info. It's just... Why is everything inside of each other? It's like a blueprint orgy. I need this to be like... You need to have like COVID rules for blueprinting, not orgy rules. This is an orgy blueprint. I could spend like 2 whole days just unfucking this blueprinting. Let's get the warnings fixed first, and then I can do this. Yeah, but unlike okay, this is like an orgy with homeless people, where you're getting stabbed with random fence needles, and you're getting STDs every other person. This is not a good orgy. This is a bad orgy. Everyone else was invited, you were forced. That's the kind of orgy that this is. This is the meme with Piper Perry in the center and the 4 or 5 black guys behind her, except she's not smiling, she's crying. That's the kind of orgy that this is. This is gonna be a salty day. Much like that orgy. Oh wow, it's like a forest. Shut up. The mantling isn't working. Probably because some things aren't getting set correctly, I don't know. Clearly some issues lost in translation between the migration. One thing at a time. Input action, stance action. What was the stance action in this? Like, they even tell you, like, this was deprecated in like 5.0 or 5.1. And they still decided to use it. Left alt. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not making crouch left alt. You fucking mongs. You know, I know we're wanting to make an immersive sim like, you know, System Shock or something, but that doesn't mean that we need to have the same input actions of these old school immersive sims. You know, before like inputs became standardized, if you ever go back and play old games and they have like spacebar be sprint and crouch on like B or something, it's absolutely wild. So these old games jump on like F. Actually, we can just put control. I don't think we need anything on control for right now. Could duplicate it too, but whatever. I want it working first. Alright, let's get some space and unfuck this blueprint. Get it out of the orgy. We're docking your pay, sir, for every bit of open blueprint space between your nodes. That's what it looks like. This macro, multi-tap input. How am I even supposed to know when it looks like this? In fairness to the macro, you can't, I don't believe you can call, you can't call the input nodes anywhere else, so sometimes it's hard to avoid spaghetti with this stuff just because you can't make local variables. But you can use rerouters. Well, then what's this local integer? You just copy that? Oh, I didn't know. I actually didn't know you could make these. Local temporary integer variable. Well, that's new. No, and I'm trying to like see what, can you like set it to a default value or? Macro. I don't think I've ever seen these before. I either didn't notice them or they were added at some point. I wonder if you could do that. I don't think that seems very safe, but that would be interesting if you could. You can assign, so you can make local variables with wildcard inputs. Oh, that's weird. So I guess calling it multiple times wouldn't be what you want to do because it would be a different variable then. So they just cannot avoid the spaghetti here. I mean, fair enough if so, right? Interesting. Interesting. What are we doing with this stance? As long as the player is not mantling, rolling, or getting up. We have a latent action, first press, multi-press. You double tap to roll, and there's a reset time. Interesting. So it's storing the amount of times that the button has been pressed within a short window. Okay, that's cool. I like it. It's a pretty interesting way to do it through a macro, but I do like it. What I don't like is the blueprint orgy. Alright, let's see how that works. We got our roll, we got our crouch. Obviously camera's still fucked up, but one thing at a time. The fuck? Oh. I didn't know this had ragdolling in it. I guess if you roll off an edge, you ragdoll. We might disable that. It is funny though. It's probably part of this roll event. I'm not sure though. You know, it'd be pretty fun to play Stardew Valley. That's like a nice, you know, winter break kind of game, isn't it? I think crowd control supports it. It's got it right. Oh yeah, look at that. I also have Duck Off too. Oh god. Kill the player. Force the player to quack and reveal their location. Oh Jesus. I could see you guys getting pretty crazy with Duck Off. crowd control. Gate actions, press walk action to toggle walking, running, hold sprint action to sprint. Yeah, we could implement those. I think a walk button is pretty nice. They were using left control for walking. I think we could do like caps lock is a pretty common one for walking. Here we go. I'm putting these on completed. We might want to switch them over to started, but we'll do that once we get this remade. And sprint will be shift. I don't know if they had sprint on a, not a structure. If they had sprint on a toggle or hold. Easy to check. Pressed and released. What they had. Except that they had, when you released it, you just went back to running instead of walking. I think we could even just switch on the desired gate. I think we can just make that slightly better. To determine, hey, was the player... We'd have to store it as a variable. Yeah, do this walking. We switch over to sprinting. And then based on the pre-sprint gate, or actually we just set desired gate to the pre-sprint gate. Sprint. Shift. And if we are walking and we sprint, we go back to walking. Very good. What's next? An unused sprint. Hold sprint action to run, double tap and hold the sprint. Yeah, that's weird. I don't need that. Select rotation mode, switch the desired default rotation mode to velocity or looking direction. Oh, it had a okay, hold on. Let me see what that looks like in the other project. That was what I was complaining about, was the rotation mode. 1 and 2. So this is default rotation. And 2 is... working? I see, that's like immediate. 2 is... oh, no, okay. Hey, Kevin, they use gates? What's the point in them? Like logic gates? Or do you mean like the, those white nodes? Like the ASL gates? Oh, these switches? These yellow nodes? These are switches for enums. They're really useful. So if you have like this movement state here, where we detect what the player's movement state is, you know, whether they're in the air or on the ground, this is a way to switch execution logic between those states. So it's like you know, like a branch, but better, because you have up to, you know, any number of states, well, up to 256 of them, but you probably wouldn't want to use 256 of them. It's a really good way to break logic. Just using branches for enums. I mean, if you're just checking like, is this enum equal to this or not equal to this, that's fine. I mean, that can still work. Sometimes you might need that. Otherwise, if you would have multiple outcomes like, hey, for none grounded in air, we want to go to this way, mantling just nothing, and then ragdoll, we go down to here, that's where the switches are really good. And the big benefit of them is that they are extremely fast checks. So even if you have like 100 switch statements, it's a very, very fast operation behind the scenes. And you can do more than just switch on enum too. You can also do switch on like integer and string. All of those can be a little bit, you know. So switch on int, and then you can add pins. So if you know that you're looping through, I don't know, 4 different things, you can do that. And then, you know, you would have like your for loop or something. Maybe you need to do very different sets of logic on those items. Or for only the first 4 things you want to do something, but then you can have that default pin. So that would be anything that doesn't fit within the switch itself. is really great. Switch. I think there's still switch on string. Yeah, switch on string is nice because you can then do case sensitivity. But there might be use cases for that. Behind the scenes gameplay tags are actually just F strings. So if you have like a, I don't know if I can just grab a gameplay tag. They might have added a switch on gameplay tag now, but I'm quite sure that they haven't. This is actually just converting it to a F name, but you could still do that as well. They might have added, yeah, they've added switch on gameplay tag now, actually. Before they didn't have this, but now they do. So that's a really nice use case as well. I hope that has helped. We could just delete this and set a default rotation mode. I'm not really sure what... Well, let's test it out. Yeah, no worries. You can pass it along to anybody else who hasn't heard of them before. And eventually that'll come around and somebody will teach me something new. The camera's still fucked up though, so... I mean, this does rotate the player along with looking, but only up to a certain point. Oh no, there's a slight delay on it, I think is what it is. And only if it's without, like, outside of a certain cone radius from the player's forward vector. And this just turns it off completely. What's the default behavior? Yeah, see, this just slides the character around. I don't mind that. You know, it is a bit arcadey, not very immersive, but it does also prevent camera issues. That's pretty easy to do, though. I like the snappiness of the default first-person movement, though. But it may not be very immersive sim-friendly. It's more action-oriented. Already thinking of some places to use it. Yeah, it's great. If you're ever using like an enum for any reason, being able to switch like that, know that it is also like extremely performant is really nice. I did that for like a tutorial, for different stages of a tutorial. And that way I could just easily, you know, just increment the stage to the next byte. And then switch the logic based on that. That's definitely one use case. Or checking like an item type. Like this is a weapon, an armor piece, and then being able to switch the logic based on that. Default is the automatic rotation. It probably is the default that we want then. Default value is looking direction, so let's just We're just gonna unhook that and we'll just leave it sitting here. We're not gonna let the player change that right now. Hold aim action to enter the aiming mode. Release to revert back the desired rotation mode. Aiming mode. I think that's better as long as the, you know, it's just like the camera stuck inside the character, so it looks kind of weird, like there's some bob movement to it, but if we can just remove that, I think that's better. So we'll just unhook that too. I don't know if you've heard of select nodes as well, Kevin, but select nodes are also pretty nice and can also hook up to enums in that way too. So you can use a select node and have a wildcard input and select certain things based on the input. So here we can hook it up to like our enum. And let's say we want to, I don't know, print out a different number or string based on whatever enum node we're in, you know, whatever logic we want to run. We can then have different outputs based on whichever input enum we have. And I use select nodes everywhere because they're also very efficient and better than like branching and having execution nodes everywhere. Very versatile. Camera action, hold camera action to toggle third first person, tap to swap shoulders. We're in first person, we shouldn't ever have to do either of these things. But again, I will leave the underlying code here because it would be cool to have third person support for our toolkit. And an easy way to turn that on or off for different projects. Ragdoll action, press ragdoll action to toggle the ragdoll state on or off. I don't intend to have ragdoll support for our primary character, but similarly I'll just leave the code here. There's a peer function for get the player movement. Where's that used? I probably shouldn't have pressed all. It's for the mantling. Weird. I'm okay. I'm okay. Look, I think there probably are some replacements that we can use for this. Or, well, we wanted to change our mantle check over to our custom system. Thank you, Rex. The thing that I'm worried about is that they're probably using some of these variables to well, no, they're just plugging the float for mantle height. The transform for the, I don't know what WS, mantle ledge WS, target transform. Which specific point is that? Initial trace, location rotation. Oh, it's using a custom trace channel too. That's one of the reasons why it wasn't working. What's the structure? I see. We can refactor this. We can refactor it to work on our custom system. It'll be a little bit annoying though, but I think very doable. Let's load up the project. I think I have to get this project moved over to 5.7 as well. Where does the mantle check get? Where does this get run? Perform a mantle check if falling while movement input is pressed. Otherwise, we have it on the jump action. Okay, that's gonna be okay. So this will be annoying. This will be annoying. I think it is specifically these three. Valid climbing surface, something above head, platform face. The valid climbing surface, though, is checking for a component of climbability. Which we output true, no interface, if found. Oh boy. And I do want those running on tick. Something above head, surface under character. This is not relevant. Just move that over. We might want that too, though, because this is a way to have custom surfaces that will apply to the player. I might pull this in because I think that that's just a really awesome aspect of the player movement that is not in Unreal by default. It's kind of crazy. Like if you make a physical material for ice, the player will not slide along it. Only like physical static meshes and shit will. Or other physics bodies, but the player is not a physics body, which is kind of stupid. I might pull that in too. But these all need to be pushed to C++ for performance reasons. Let's go with a mantle graph. Paste these in. I don't believe we changed anything regarding the player's capsule to make this work. Transform and component. We need to know what's actually being hit here. Adjust for curved surfaces. I do name it found teleport location. We're gonna rename that though. Like found mantle location. So we'll need to make the transform and then the component that I guess gets hit. Do we see where they make that though? Oh, hit component. And then mantle start probably builds the... Oh, I see. That mantle ledge world space, and then it's converting that to local space. The only thing we want to do here is to replace how we're building that information and let the mantle start, end, and update work the way they need to. But I think in order to properly test it, we're going to need to fix the camera so that we can see it happening. Oh, lovely. And we're going to have to fix the orgy too that's going on with the nodes. Okay. Because this currently is invalid, I could make it. Where is that blueprint component? Component BPC climbable, and then this implements a interface. Get climbable status, update climbable status. And then B is climbable. Well, that's very easy to do. Wrong project. Correct project. Get climbable status, that is an output. B is climbable. Update climbable status. Oh my god, I can't type today. We weren't running that on like begin play or anything, right? No. Empty. Where's my mantle graph? Oh my god, I was adding it to the wrong project. God damn you. God, I realize that now. We actually have a better way to do this. Check. But I had a... Oh, hit actor, but it's a primitive component. Still, we have a better way to do this. And this automatically does a validity check here, so we can just skip that. Get climbable status. That's not true. We don't want to do that. We default to climb it if it doesn't have the interface. Okay. Yeah, just create the variables for now. Platform XY. We were running those on tick. We can probably unhook this, because our system would allow for this either way. And then add in our 3 functions. Or not functions, but events. Do we need to rename them at all? Check for valid climbing surface, check if something above head, get platform face. Realistically, this probably should all be in one go here. Oh, I know the reason I split it up is because if found teleport location is false, then we don't need to check if something is above our head. And if something above our head is true, then we wouldn't need to get the platform face. So it's just a couple of gates here to prevent too much code from running on tick if it doesn't need to. Leave that separate for now. should draw our... Yeah, that looks like it should. Can we get this camera fixed though? Why is the camera weird? What's the issue with this? Oh yeah, here. Dynamic coloring. Overridden functions. BPI, get first person camera target. Ooh. I mean, that should still be viable here. FP camera. Where's it getting that camera from? Maybe the controller? No, I mean, it's just for like the HUD and stuff. Debug. ALS player camera manager when possessing a pawn. I don't know if we need to give it like a default or something. No. Player camera manager. Where is that? Where does that get used? Is that part of like the game mode or something? Wait, is it in the scene? Player camera manager. I've never used one of these before. I don't know if it's a blueprint component. In the controller. Okay. ALS controller BPI. There is a camera BPI. I assume that's implemented here. Camera BPI inherited from base. Yes. It didn't fix anything. Blueprints camera system. Jesus. Or blueprint orgy. I mean, there's no errors on this. Theoretically, if I just switch this over to the other player controller, then our camera works. Okay, so there's something different. I thought I would just need to copy over this. But maybe not. Ah, player controller, player camera manager class. I see. Uh-huh. Now we're talking. But it is in third person, so we need to switch the default. I don't know where the default is actually controlled. actually don't know where it's controlled. Let's take a look at the input. There was the view mode. Default third person, switch to first. Now we're talking, okay. Alright, making progress. I don't remember leaving the charge widget on by default last night, but we must have done that. Just forgot to turn that back off to invisible. It's not important, but I'll fix it up right now. There we go. Obviously, we don't have our interaction trace because we're working with a new character, but we're going to get that all moved over. Right now, we need to build the correct information for the mantling system, and then hopefully we should be able to utilize our custom code with that. And then I'll backport this into the chasm as well, so that we have this exact same movement and mantling and grabbing in platformer as well, because we were wanting to do that anyway. Asset failed to save. How about you shove it up your butt? What do we not need open right now? There are invalid input actions in the controller. That's not the one we're using though, so it doesn't matter. Camera manager looks fine, but we might need to come back and just clean it up a bit. Current first person controller should be fine. Close that, close this, close that. I think there were still inputs that we hadn't fixed up yet. Oh, it's just input access references for the something. For mantle checking. That shouldn't be relevant anymore. But I'm gonna leave those warnings in because we're gonna replace them, but I'd like to know that they're there. Everything checks out, start the mantle. Okay. Okay. Can climb vault. Let's move our own shit into here. All of this. It looks like they're doing everything regardless. Oh no, they are returning. They are returning if it fails. Okay, so we can do that too. That's a failure point. This is a failure point. We probably don't need our custom booleans in here then, since we're just gonna exit out regardless. Let's delete this. Exit out of that. We'll try to use the same vectors that they have, because then we can just essentially leave this in, and everything else should hopefully do what it needs to do. And I think we're all working in world space, and it automatically has all the proper shit it needs. Height, transform, the component, and the mantle type, which is built off of mantle height. So these two need to be kept in place. I'm mainly curious if... Do we have the height? Do we have the height difference? What are they doing to determine height? Down trace location. They're doing a room check like we do. The offset, trace normal. What is that point though? Let me load up the advanced locomotion kit again, because what I'll do is I'll draw debug points just to know, because what we're grabbing, so if we take a look at like this here, ignore the background, and we have a ledge here, and then we have the player. We're doing a trace downwards, and we'll change this to like green or something. We're doing a trace downwards in front of the player and checking, hey, do we hit anything? So we have this trace point, let's say it's here. We then build a capsule on top of this trace point to determine if the player actually can stand up where we are hitting. And if we can't, then the player obviously can't get up there. And then we're taking this point and firing another trace at the ledge to get the exact point here where we want to place our hands. And then we also do a trace above the head to see, is there actually anything above the player's head that would prevent them from jumping up there? I want to know what points it needs, because if it's this corner point, we're golden. If it needs anything else, I don't know if it's grabbing this point. We just need to reconfigure what we're building that transform off of. And my plan is to do that by drawing debug points. Should be easy. A very tiny dot. It's a really tiny dot. Well, let's make that bigger. I could barely see it. It looks like it's the center of the capsule, though. Okay, what about the... mantle height? Weird. I'm going to get the player... I'm gonna get the mesh location. And that way I know it's based on the player's feet. I don't know what it's building that off of. Okay, it is based off of the player feet. It looks like it is... yeah, it's the height from wherever the player is standing. And then the red is... I really don't know. Yeah, it looks like it's the center of the capsule. Oops. Hold on. Interesting. Where's that other capsule that gets drawn, though? Is it here? Capsule has room check. It's sphere trace. Not this one, is it? Okay. I thought when you did a capsule trace, though, the capsule is built. Oh no, it's this right. So we should have that info then. In fact, I think I have the exact transform already for... I think I already have all this information. Let me screenshot. I just use it for different reasons. Okay, let me go to the bathroom real quick and then we'll work on this. Yeah, I think I already have all this information for it. Should be pretty cool. Hope. Only one is the blue one. The blue one is a little bit. But I think I know. I think we can rework. I think our system is actually better because if I'm reading this correctly, it's possible that this system wouldn't allow you to mantle up if there was something, or would allow you to mantle up if there's something above your head. I can't prove that though, because it might have like some physical shit that gets run or something, like ragdolls the player. Because realistically, the player should not be able to mantle up to this with that above the head. see, it's doing that sphere trace. And that's what's preventing it. But I don't think that sphere trace is very reliable. Yeah, because look at that. I mean, you could argue that maybe that's okay. But I think by most game standards, you wouldn't want the player to climb up there. I don't know. I don't know. Oh. It's a lot of traces getting drawn. Okay. Let's stop fucking around. Interesting. So we only need to plug in the red and the blue. Let's move this all over to local variables if we can. Is there any way to quickly convert? Do a right-click replace. Well, you know what? Let's rename it. Let's go. They do a down trace as well, which is the right way to do it. Down trace location is what this would be. Oops. Platform Z. I think that is the correct height that we want. Is this platform Z? I just don't remember if that Z is relative to what's in world space. Yeah, but we do know that it's relative because we were adding it to the player's feet location. So if we get the mesh world location, and subtract, or I guess it would just be the distance. We could just do distance vector, couldn't we? No, that wouldn't be correct. But we could break them and do distance below. Break vector, break distance, or I guess distance is just subtraction and absolute value. Am I wrong on that? Sounds right in my head. A little bit of spaghetti wonk. That's better. Mantle height down trace location. Okay. So that should handle the blue point. Theoretically. Because we're getting world location, grabbing the Z's, ABSing them. And then doing a subtraction of, or just finding the distance, which would be the subtraction of the, should always be the mantle height minus the player's height. Mantle minus player. Yeah, sounds right. Okay, we are setting the initial trace normal, and that is being done on the down trace. Yes. Impact, initial trace impact point, and initial trace normal. We have the, oh, not the down trace location. What is this first trace they're doing? And why is it not a down trace? Or is it? Get player input. Base location. Trying to figure out other people's spaghetti. Yeah, and this person absolutely loves their fucking spaghetti. Node orgy. My new term, I'm calling it. My suspicion is that they were being financially penalized for any open space between nodes. But look, nice comments. It's like writing like a one line. Hold on. You know what it's like? It's like doing this. And saying, but look, there's a nice comment. What do you mean? It would be up here actually, but. And look, it's more optimized because it's using fewer lines of code. Tell that to the compiler, buddy. Trace downward from the first trace's impact point to determine if the hit location is walkable. So it is doing a forward trace, but it's doing a forward capsule trace. Trace forward to find a wall / object the character cannot walk on. With a capsule. I'm trying to think if their system is better than ours. And if we would want to refactor ours to use what they're doing. Can't really visualize that. Oh wait, don't draw this one. Points are fine, I just don't want to draw. I only want this one. What? I don't really get the purpose of this trace. I am debugging the right one, right? This trace forward to find a wall / object the character cannot walk on. Their checking is walkable. The fuck is this? Return true if the hit result should be considered a walkable surface for the character. Yeah, but it's like it's just checking. What does that do though? What does this walkable check do? Got its own custom trace channel too. Decided to use the ALS, because it has a lot of built-in animations and first-person support. But I would like to tweak it a bit. I don't want to use it as is, but it is just quite nice. And I think it fits with our goals. But I might change it. I don't know. Is there some reason I shouldn't use it? That you know of that I don't? Okay. I thought you like knew some. Like, bro, why would you use this? It has this. It's deeply racist or something. I don't know. What's the end purpose of this development? Are you trying to make a game or create a portfolio? Yes. Both. I'm gonna create a game, but not include it in my portfolio. It's just for me and the players. Yeah, no, it is a really solid locomotion system. It is nice. It is very nice. It has a lot of really good features. And I think that we can use it to great benefit. But no, this is a toolkit, immersive sim toolkit, so we can use this toolkit to build, you know, up here is our foundation, right? This is our toolkit. And then these are the games that we can make with that. But each of them is going to need an additional amount of custom mechanics, depending on what they are. Some we might need more, some less, or fewer, I guess would be the proper grammar here. But if we have this toolkit, we can consistently make these games that all share those same agnostic default systems. So that's kind of the point of this. I don't know if that made sense or not. Or if I should explain it differently. I'm gonna skip. I don't know whatever this is doing. I don't know if this is the proper way to do it, but I haven't needed that yet for our trace. Downward trace. Check if the capsule has room to stand. We already do that too. It just looks like it's doing a lot of stuff here. And I honestly think we're just doing fewer trace checks than this one is. I mean, like, look at this. Even just while you're moving in the air. I don't think we need to do capsule traces. Those are pretty expensive compared to just regular ass line traces. It is pre-spaghettified, yeah. I mean, understandably with like math nodes, it gets pretty crazy, but right now I feel like my version of it is way more streamlined. But it could also be that there are some issues with it that I haven't run into yet. Okay. Yeah, we automatically exit out, so let's hook up a sequence over here. That's step 1. This is step 2, but we can skip the Boolean. If something is above our head, we cannot jump, so we simply return if that is true. And the last step is... that's getting the platform XY. Do we need the platform XY though? We only need these 2 points. This as a transform, this as the float. We should already have this. This I believe I already have because I do perform this exact same capsule check. And if I'm not mistaken, the capsule is built from that location, so that should just be this location. But we still need the rotation. Scale should just be default 1. I don't know what rotation they're building this off of though. Initial trace normal. Rotation from X vector. Why? What is the use of that? You think it's automatically rotating the player? I don't really know. Where was that? Here. I see no reason that we can't just use this exact same setup to build that transform. But that would only be if this capsule trace succeeds. Actually, where is that initial trace normal coming from? The initial capsule trace. Yeah, but what is that hitting? What is this impact point? I need to draw a debug point on this. That's weird to me. Probably should turn that one off. Oh, that's just the wall that we're hitting. Okay. Be easy then. Just our line trace. I can probably shove it here. Oh my god. Kind of tempted just to store the hit location as a local variable. Looks good there? Yeah, I think so too. If the capsule check succeeds, then we build the transform with the... This shouldn't matter. We can simply use... I'm nearly 100% sure we can just use this start location. Because that's just the location where we are building the capsule. Rotation here. Can we store this? No. Fine. Let's get it working first and then we can optimize it. Vectors everywhere. We shouldn't need this, I think. Not 100 on that, though. Oh. Oh. It's a little wonky with the rotation, as we can clearly see. We're not getting the rotation correctly. Height, however, looks good. But it seems to be based on, like, this single direction is working. Yeah. Okay, so rotation is fucked up, but the height looks good. At least from what I can see. I'm just checking, like, hand placement and it looks fine. Oh. Oh boy. Okay. I don't know if that was like recent or if that was happening before. Yeah, I know the issue. I know the issue. Okay. That's a good start. That's a good start. Are we plugging something, maybe the hit component? I don't think I actually updated the hit component. To be fair. That would explain a lot. This, not necessary. This is old. Just need to update the component. Which they're doing off of the downward trace. I mean, this is technically our downward trace. That might have been the issue, I don't know. The rotation's still fucked up. It's still pumping out a... Oh, because it's broken here. This is a structure that was broken. Transform component. Let me see what's happening there. That's weird. Was it erroring out if... It might have been erroring out if that was invalid. Where's the old logic? Oh, blocking. It's weird. I'm surprised it still gets there when it should be returning with false as early as here because it wouldn't hit anything. Unless we're not... No, because hit component would be... Oh, I know why. Because this is old. And I need to... Oops, I didn't want that there. I know it's an error. I don't want it here. Get it out. I didn't mean... Help. It won't let me delete it. Uh-oh. Okay, we're safe. Oh, it's back. We'll make a new one. Gonna look a little weird for a second. I need 2 outputs here, execution nodes. Oops. I think that's correct. Where did my... Right, it's execute. Okay, and this is the hit component. Okay, that should prevent that one issue. Assumedly. That's a good mantle. Let that go. Nothing happens here. Beautiful. Okay. Just the rotation is the issue now. I know why. And I think it has to do with the angle of attack here. I think with their capsule hit, rather than getting the impact normal, we need the surface normal, but that should be the same thing in this case. I'm probably understanding the use of this, and therefore misunderstanding what to plug into it. What if I do that? No, I'm not like an expert. But if I had to hazard a guess, that's not how you climb objects. Looks good. Okay, well, this is doing something good. I don't really know what, but it is useful. I can say that much. I mean, it should be returning the exact same thing that the capsule was in this case. Initial trace normal. Where was that capsule trace getting drawn? Here. So it's the pink hit. Oh, I know why. Don't we just use the... I know why. I know what the issue is. Why does that work though, even for things that are low vault? Or does it even work? No, it should work. I know why. Okay, now I understand why that capsule trace is doing what it does. Technically, I do have this. With my third line trace. But I do have that info. I'm trying to think of any reason why my third line trace wouldn't work for that. And I think it's because they're doing the capsule trace, they are able to grab a hit even for really thin climbable surfaces. So even something like that should work. Whereas my line trace might cause problems with that. I can splice in their capsule. We only need it for that one purpose. I do like their trace settings too. Hmm. But adding in another trace is kind of... Is there any reason why that might fuck up for us? Can that still work? It's not much of an issue because you can see the point that I'm getting here. We just take the down trace location, the first one that we fire. We just take that Z and we fire from above the player's head with like an offset of just like -1. So like it might fuck up if the surface is really, really thin. Or like a plane. Maybe. Doesn't seem to be though. Oh no, it is. But we're not currently using that. We would need to get it though. Couldn't I... Why does that still work though? don't get me wrong, I'm happy that it's working, but I don't really understand why it's still working. Couldn't I just get the players? No, I can't just get the players XY. Because then they would always mantle facing forward and not to the ledge's actual... ledge normal. Yeah. How is their capsule trace able to hit correctly? Because I feel like with geometry that might be a bit weird, it wouldn't grab the right normal. From what it seems to me, it's, you know, these three are the key ones to look at. And this first one is garbage. This third one is garbage. This one is correctly just skimping the line and getting the normal from that hit. I mean, that's the normal that we try to hit too. How is it grabbing that? Is it only grabbing it because the player's own capsule is right up against it and it just is using that location at the right tick? Kind of what it looks like. But I don't really get how it's drawing these other two. Three capsule traces are getting drawn from this. Unless it's doing the tick one while the player's in the air. So firing 2 then. No, it's firing 3. Why? We know it's not the sphere traces. Would just make things so much cleaner, looking a lot more understandable. I'm glad that they're helpful. I love switches. Unless you make your nodes look like this, because then it's not very clean. Hopefully you don't. Yeah, it feels like this is getting called 3 times. I don't understand. Yeah, I think it's fair, and I mean a lot of Epic's own resources show building nodes like that, and I think that does it's detrimental because it gives people the impression that that's the correct way to do things, but and there is no correct way to do things necessarily, but it is just very difficult to read when you have crossed nodes and wires. And they give you all this space. Weird not to use it. There's no like peer function adding some additional traces in, is there? I don't think there is. What are the default values of this? Grounded trace settings. 250 max ledge height, 50 min ledge height, 75 reach distance forward trace, downward trace radius. Yeah, I think if you're just like prototyping, you can just kind of, you know, let the spaghetti fly. Who cares? But then at a certain point, it's going to become time to spread things out a bit. Yeah, this dreams are crossed. This is what I don't like seeing. Although some of it is hard to avoid. To be fair, some of it is very hard to avoid, especially with like math nodes, select nodes. Sometimes you just can't avoid crossing a wire because there's no other way. Or like, you know, one thing's output is misaligned with another thing's input, and so you have no way that you can build it without crossing. That's fine. That's just shit happens. I can't change hit component. If I could move hit component up, I would, but I can't. Initial trace impact point. We moved the initial trace impact point, didn't we? Or did we just not use it for anything? No. Mantle height, but mantle height is correct. Just this rotation, and the rotation is because we need to grab the normal of the to know the rotation. Is there any other way that we could grab the ledge's rotation? If we mantle from here, not really. Not really. Let's skip that for now. We'll plug this in. Let's just see how this looks. The performance of doing some of these traces will be greatly improved once it's nativized. Obviously anything on tick in blueprints is significantly slower, especially traces. But I don't think adding another one there is going to be that big of a conundrum. I am not vaulting now. Because it's the wrong trace channel. Where's that capsule being drawn? Where's that being drawn? Why don't I see it? These are all R's. I've seen that Kira. I've seen that. I hope it turns out well. I'm curious how much of this is legit gameplay, but it looks pretty legit. It's cinematic though. But we should be skeptical. If 2 games to be announced. Let's remain skeptical. Sombrero Labs. Polish studio. Yeah, let's remain skeptical for now. There's been no actual confirmed builds yet. That's just me, though. You guys know me. I don't even see anybody in my circle because I'm in Poland, right? This is a Polish development studio. I don't even see anybody working on this or saying that they're working on Sombrero Labs. I'm just checking on LinkedIn. I think somebody would mention it. Nothing. Łukasz from Rzeszów, huh? Yeah, it's weird. And they have both these two games with absolutely nothing here yet. No, man. You know what I think they're doing is they're making these trailers to see which one gets the more interest, and then they'll commit to that one, and then they'll take that to a publisher and try to get money for development. Crapshoot if that works though, because if they don't have any experience actually making games or proof of ability to make games, they're not going to get much money. Which means they'll probably sign a deal that is pretty shitty for them, like 50-60% with necessity to recoupment clause is what I wanted to say. We see that a lot from Polish studios, unfortunately. Yeah, my guess this one just didn't get the followers that they wanted. Didn't get enough wish lists. I mean, I could be wrong. This could be legitimate gameplay. And they could have prototyped this already. It's very possible. It doesn't look like that to me, though. Some places will take money and pay studios to make prototypes like this for them. I don't know. This is definitely pre-production though. At best, early production. But I would be careful. Well, they have the wish list if they want to get money, but they're going to have to prove to a publisher that they know what they're doing. That'll be the next step. Unless they want to self-publish, but they're going to need money. the radius isn't getting drawn without, there's no debug data on that. No debug on the reach distance. That's weird. It's probably, you know what it probably is because this is incorrect. That's I think that's exactly the reason, is that this was using the old nodes for input action. Or input axes. I think there's replacements though. What would be the control forward and right vector? Control rotation. Wouldn't we just want to grab the X here and the Y here? Am I crazy? It's getting drawn, and it like kind of worked up until it didn't. Very janky. I think that's just getting my... Should be drawing it in front of us, but I feel like we could just skip this weird nonsense and just get our forward vector. Like, what's the... It's probably doing this so that... Well, I think I know the reason, but... I'm just gonna try something different for right now. Oh, I know why it was drawing multiple now. Because I'm dumb. It's Has to go with distance, of course. Okay, well the rotation is clearly messed up. But it is getting a hit. And that hit is correct. So... just because the trace... hold on here. Oh. What is forward now? Is it exiting out before we hit that mantle check, maybe? Yes. Why? I don't know why it's being checked. Probably for an important reason. I don't know what it is. My sprint not working. Oh. Maybe that has something to do with it. Maybe? That was weird. Zero, zero. Target transform, 0, 0. That don't look like 0, 0 to me, sir. Kind of weird. Make transform. Transform has been not made. The hell? But I see it right fucking here. What are you talking about? Huh? Nani? Huh? Oh, it's just the rotation. Yeah, but it looks fine. Wait, it ran twice. Huh. That's so weird. Oh, it does it there too. I don't know why. Huh. I mean, I did fuck around with this, to be fair. Maybe this get player movement is more crucial than I thought. Or messing with the reach fucks it up. I mean, as far as I know, input axis would just be returning between 0 to 1, it would be normalized. And I would think that the last input vector would be 2. But I'm not 100 on that. Oh no, it's just returning the... I get it, input vector is not what we want here. We want the actual input amounts that are provided. Okay, I got a backup plan. I have a backup plan. Because movement on its own already is... Where's the movement being handled? Input. Where's my vector 2D? And then I think we can just nullify that on... Can't I grab the player's movement input in some way? There must be a node to do what I want here. I can get the last input vector, but that's not what I want. Get analog input modifier. That's just analog. We need... I need how much the input's being held down. No, that should be fine. This should be fine. This should be fine. This should be fine. I'll just put that on tick temporarily. This should do what we want. I think the axes are backwards, though. Because Y's are forward. So if I move this... here and here, I think that will reproduce the results we want. Now, I just don't know if it's going to cause the same bug as before. It does. I don't know why that happens. That is so fucking weird. I almost want to plug in the old data just to see if it causes the same problem. I'm gonna do that. Rule out whether or not it's my code or the geometry. Okay, hold on. That. Then this was 2. So I could just kind of plug that in. Why not? Then here and here. It still doesn't prove that it's the geometry. But it does mean that the problem is either happening here or here and is not related to my own code. Let's try this. Whoa. They're just cubes, just a scaled cube. There's nothing weird about it. Just default collision. That would almost imply that it is the climbing system. Yeah. Oh. The blue trace. What was the blue point again? Mesh. Mantle height. Yeah, but mantle height was... No, it's our own skeletal. hold on. Huh. What if the mesh scale is what's breaking it? Oh, that's interesting. Okay, that helps me isolate down where the problematic section might be. And that's in the core advanced locomotion system code. So if you're using this, you're gonna have a similar problem. They're using the hit component and for some reason using its scale in some way. How? That would be in the WS. It could be doing this component world to local. It's for use in moving objects. And it would be changing the transform. So theoretically, if I put a breakpoint here and we jump up, minus 740, 1829. Translation. But this is not 0, 0, is it? Where's 0, 0 on this? On this map? No, it's right in the center. It's like showing the translation of it. Am I crazy? Am I reading that wrong? We know it will bug out. And it's because of the scale of the mesh. It's zeroing out the translation. But then I don't really understand that. It's zeroing out everything. I mean, couldn't we just not do that? Which I know might break the moving objects, but... Oh. Puts me at 0, 0. Because... hold on. Hold on. There missed pin link? Let me check. Or I just had to, you know what, I probably just had to step through it one more time. I might have done improper debugging on that, to be honest. It still fucks it up too. I was looking for the local space. I put the breakpoint on the set node. I should be doing one more to see if what it sets it as. Four, 5, 6, 7, 1, 4, 5. I don't think that macro works. The moment we fucked with the scale, yeah, it's... Isn't there a world to local... A world transform. Given a local to world transform, world to local will be returned. That doesn't seem right. Maybe I'm focusing on the wrong point. Maybe it's using that in some way that I am... I don't understand why it needs it though. Why do we need the local point? What are we doing with this? Actual start offset. That's an offset. Calculate the animated start offset from the target location. This would be the location the actual animation starts at relative to the target transform. It's got to be in here. It's got to be in here. I just don't know which pieces of data it's using here are the incorrect ones. This is our actual location, right? Minus 467, 1820. And it should be close enough. It's not going to be exactly the same, but it should be close enough. Minus 658, 1764. Yes. So the mantle target location is correct. But this offset is giving us 0 minus 65 minus 200. That's the offset. So where's it using the offset? And that kind of sounds right. No. Minus 200 on the Z? It's using this somewhere else. Blurb multiple transforms together for independent control over the horizontal and vertical blend to the animated start position. That's in the mantle update. That gets called after mantle start, which is what we're in now. Two minus 64. Yeah, it throws me to 18,719.25. I don't know if the Z is the same. What the hell? I already set the mantle target to that. Component local to world. Continually update the mantle target from the store to local transform to follow along. And we see the translation there, 4,569. That's that same component local to world. Well, that's weird. I mean, I don't know the proper conversion from local to world, but it's multiplying the local component by the world transform of the component. It feels like the more scaled the object is, the more that's gonna mess up. Why? I just unplugged it. I unplugged it and now bug gone. I don't know, man. I don't... Like, maybe I just unplugged some crucial thing that prevents some massive problem down the line, but it fixed this bug. So... I don't know. If anyone is curious, because they want to use this pack as well. This is happening default. This is not something we added, but in the mantle update function, step 1, I just unplugged it. And that prevents the weird issue with scaling fucking things up. I will verify that that is fixing the default behavior too. So that's with it unplugged, and this is with it plugged. I mean, it says it's meant for moving objects, which makes a lot of sense, but it doesn't work for that. Or it does, but maybe for things that aren't scaled. I could try not using the component scale as part of this macro, and maybe that will be the best of both worlds. Oh, yeah, let me try it. One of these needs to be multiplied by 1. I mean, I think it is right. Like, this probably fixes some issues with normally scaled objects, or objects that aren't scaled so dramatically while they're moving. I could probably try to ask in the Unreal Discord. Somebody who knows this kind of math better than me. I don't really know transformation of world to local or anything. If we unhook it, does it for sure cause a problem with movement mantling? I could see why it would, because, you know, we're trying to lerp between the two locations. Yeah. Yeah. I think there'd be another way to handle it. It would be very... There's a crude way that it might be handleable, which is to, like, attach a component at the time of mantle start, and then just lerp between current location and the location of that component. But that just gets messy. That just gets messy. No, we'll I'll accept the bug for now, or I'll disable the node, but we just know that moving objects is gonna be a problem with it, which is something that we need to fix, 100%. But I'm gonna ask in the Unreal source because maybe somebody knows why and how to fix it. Let me go to the bathroom first. We'll Google it. We'll just see if somebody else has posted about it on like Reddit or something. Reddit, you know, the place where you get banned if you say the word print, and then the mods from r/art just abandon the subreddit because they're little pussy children. You know, that place. Hear me. ML component local to world. I'm gonna start by searching that. Do we see anything with it? No. Okay. Advanced motion system mantling. Bug fix. When to fix a very annoying bug in the vaulting mantle system, the issue is sometimes when we jump onto a ledge, the character gets teleported. This usually happens in the calculation of the ML component local to world macro. What a G. What a G.
Hello everyone.
Hello.
So today I'm going to address this particular bug.
Yes.
In ALS system. So as you just saw, sometimes the character changes its location.
Yes.
See, it's
the scale of the mesh component.
Wall. So it happens randomly. See, sometimes it moves the character to a totally different place. So see, this is the bug I want to tackle today. So first let me open the ALS base.
Look at that, it's right where we found it too.
Someone had figured out the solution and shared it. This guy.
Okay, he's breaking the import local transform. Doing an invert on the component worlds transform. And then doing an inverse transform location rotation location. Okay. It's weird, so they just got rid of the multiply completely. Interesting. He unplugged the component though, which is weird. Is that because the component isn't, well, you know what, we'll just keep that attached. Inverse transform location. We need 2 of these, and then inverse transform rotation. It's so weird though. It's like invert the transform, but then do inverse. I don't know, man. If it works, it works. Okay, I'm doing this in the demo first. I want to see if it works here. Okay, wait, did we plug it back in? No. Okay, it's fixed this. And are we still working with moving? We are. It's beautiful. Hey, massive shout out to fucking Code Like Me. Thanks. I knew there was something off with the interaction between ALS mantling and scaled objects, but I had no idea where to fix it. Yeah, I had no idea how to fix it either. That was amazing, though. Found an improvement to this fix that makes rotations work better when mantling on objects that are flipped upside down. we're gonna follow this like thread of fixes to improvements in the next 4 hours.
Hey, so I wanted to show a fix to the.
So really, there's issues with it when things are flipped upside down. Really? It's fine to me. Show me the issue, sir.
LS 4.0 mantling system. Now this is based originally on Legends
Yeah, show me the
fix.
issue, though.
It's a lot to do with the rotation of the thing you're climbing up on. So the fix that Legend came up with, this all is in this ALS macro library ML component local to worlds. So if you look in your content drawer and go into advanced locomotion and
This is the old version. This is the version by Legend which fixed the teleport issue but still had a rotation problem mantling on rotated blocks. I don't remember that. I mean, it looks fine to me. I mean, like, these kind of blocks? Looks fine.
local to world transform. You can see here, rather than just multiplying by get world. Now this works great most of the time. So you'll see here that some of these that we were having trouble with, like this one, that works great now, right? Which is nice. But then we get this, where what's going on here is when the object you're mantling onto is basically upside down, you get some really weird results. And it ends up, you can see that it's rotating the wrong direction. So it's here, it's sort of 90 degrees from where it needs to be. And of course, when you're climbing up on, say, this, it's 180 degrees from where it needs to be. So the new fix to that, you can see here, and it's a little more complex, but it's honestly not that bad. So over here, we'll just kind of connect this, and then over here,
The same thing, but adds in some additional shit for rotation.
we've got this connected, and we can kind of delete both of these. Option click to delete them. So now what this does, this part is the same as Legends example, but what it's doing is it's getting the rotation of the transform for the ALS component, and then it's getting the up vector of that rotation. And what this does is it says, take the up vector, which is 1 in the Z direction, and then rotate it by that rotation. And if that 1 in the Z direction, instead of pointing up, is now pointing downward, so its Z value is less than 0, then I need to reverse that yaw rotation about the Z value.
I wonder if this has been fixed in... I can't recreate that. I mean, this doesn't have an underside anyway, but... I mean, this was from 1 year ago. Nearly exactly 1 year ago. I don't know if that's been fixed. Internally via some magic. But I can implement it. Okay, let's see here. Break rot. Get up vector from the rot. Split. Less than 0. Do a select. If false, take bare bone rot. Otherwise, we want to make a rotator and invert the yaw. Keep roll and pitch the same.
Which is the rotation that we were seeing problems with. So I split the into...
And then plug that instead in, okay. Okay. But it's doing the... Okay, I got it. I've got it. Let's clean it up a little bit. I think we just have to accept a little bit of spaghetti here. I mean, I wasn't noticing any problem before. Yeah, just who the fuck cares? Just whatever. This causes the problem. So maybe this issue was fixed? This just causes the problem. Here's what we'll do. We'll do this, and then I'll just say, supposedly fixes a problem with mesh rotation, but for me, it causes it. And then I'm gonna copy this, jump back to our regular project. Macro returned. Let us go. And now our own problems with scale should be fixed. Ah. Oh, this will be perfect. You know what we'll do? If I get this implemented today sooner, we're gonna backwards implement this into the chasm as well. Although that project is third person. We need to revert a couple of things for it. That's great though. That's fucking amazing. That's beautiful. I'm in love. Problem fixed. What a fucking legend. I forgot to plug it in, but it should be fine. It was just a fix for the moving objects, but that I can test more thoroughly in our platformer since I have a lot of moving actors in that. Kind of the entire point of the project, right? Okay, that's great then. Let's turn off all the prints that we were doing and debug lines. We don't need them. And we shouldn't need any of this anymore. We can leave it and just not hook it up. Bunch of old BS. Beautiful. Don't think we're drawing any. Okay, we're still drawing the downward one. Those are my old ones that I was drawing. We should be good. I can turn those off too. Oh, not these. Those can go bye-bye. Oh, we still have the issue of, we don't want to perform the mantle until we're actually ready to. That was next. And that was what we had working on tick here. Mantle start needs a bunch of the input bullshit. But we want to store these variables globally on the blueprint until that happens. We'll have to perform another check . Yeah. We're still drawing those for one frame as well. We need to run the checks on mantle start. Everything that we have in the mantle graph right now needs to run. What that does is that will give us actually the ability to run it like an input prompt, like hey, press space jump, whatever. We don't need to do that. I feel like we don't need to. What I could do instead. Let's do a switch on movement state. And only do these checks if we're grounded or in the air. Because what that'll do is let me print a string for 0.01. We'll just say mantle check active. While we are mantling, that should not be active. I don't know if I like the ability to move the camera so much when you're mantling, but because we have that enum, we can restrict that as a tweak. Minor cost to that, or minor focus, I guess, importance. Okay. So we don't need to store anything. We wouldn't need to store anything if we move this all from events to a single function. Which I'm going to do. It's pretty much the exact same thing. That would it be easier to decouple the this will need to be refactored later, but I want to fuck with it today. I want to get the rest of the player input stuff, like the interaction and all that, working with this character today, so I don't want to go too crazy with it. Ugh. Oh. It's the mating call of my species. This shouldn't be necessary. There. And this shouldn't be necessary. Be able to mantle. And we'll poop out of there. And let's print that. The wrong one. Yeah. True, false, true. This will be too high. Why does it say true? That shouldn't be viable. Can't mantle up there. What did I break in our logic that's allowing for that? The downward trace. Oh, fuck. Let me pull up the code from Into the Chasm. It should be too tall. Be way too tall. Yeah. Maybe we are... Maybe the other character is using different information. Same thing though, it's the capsule component, half height, character movement. Hmm. Could be too high. We didn't fuck with the start and end. Start as the impact location. Adjust for curved surfaces. That should be fine. Huh. It feels higher than it should be. I wonder if something messed up with the down trace location. That's what would be affecting it. Said this would have succeeded. We can test this by there's 1 meter. Draw that for 1 frame. Where is that starting? How many meters up? Almost 4 meters up? I mean, it shouldn't hit then, because it would try to build the capsule within the middle of that. Yeah, because that hit location is right here. And that would be false. Seems higher. The same level. What the top of that line is supposed to signify is the player's ability to jump and grab onto something. And obviously if they can't reach it, then we jump. I think it's messed up. It's not working the way it's supposed to. And I bet it's because the way that I was drawing it was that this is viable for the player to jump and grab onto it. But we're not doing that. We are just detecting if that's good and then performing it. What we need to be doing is something different. Very cryptic, I know. We need to allow the jump, because this would not be viable to mantle onto, but then while the player is in the air, that increases, and then allow the mantle. So from a visual standpoint, it was just telling me, yes, the player could jump and grab onto this, but we kind of refactored it so that, oh no, the player just is going to grab onto this. And we don't ever do that check if the player is actually in the air. And that should only be when the player is falling, but I think that it counts the player falling even if they're moving up, but we can check that. Wrong one. Yeah, it considers that even if the player is moving upwards. There is a falling lateral. No, that's friction. Let me see. You just get the player's velocity. I'm curious what the jump Z velocity is. I think that's literally just how much the player would actually move by jumping, and that's not what we want. Yeah. Yeah, we could just check if the player's velocity is greater than 0. And use this to determine we only need the Z on this, don't we? Like the Z. Okay. One improvement. Like, 'cause we can't grab onto this. So we'd have to jump first. And then once we're actually jumping, we're supposed to be able to grab onto that. A little finicky right now. And the heights are bad. I kind of want to see it in third person. Let me switch the there we go. So this would be the, like, standing. Can we stand and grab onto something? And I think it might be a little bit low, but it's almost good. Probably increase it up to like maybe 180. And yeah, these shouldn't be separate, but bear with me. I don't like that you have to be moving forward in order to do the grab. I don't know how to feel about that. You can always modify that though. Otherwise, if we jump, we increase that, but that is obviously way too high. The player's height is like 1.6 or something, right? Anybody remember? .8? .8. If we're happy with this, and the player's jump height is about 0.8. I think we should just add in I modified it all though. It's 3 meters tall. I don't know how to feel about modifying it all. I can understand with the...
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
Thank you, Rex. I was waiting for that. My original intention was to have a different down trace length, because if the player is falling, they can't well reach up and grab something. But I'm starting to wonder if that's even worth it in any way. I'm starting to think not. I'm starting to think just doing that is going to be what we want. We can't grab that. We could grab that. Having better control over that would be nice, though. So we'll want to throw some things into parameters. Did we end up turning off the mantle check while the player was holding the input? Okay, doing that definitely breaks things. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. It's a good start, though. This is a beginning. A beginning. My sprint did break, though. I don't know why. Desired gate, sprinting. Okay. Do it. Did I not hook it up or something? Oh, I can't move. Oh, there we go. Hey, what the fuck did I break? We are not sprinting. Yeah, like reverts me back. It looks like it tries to throw me into the sprint, but then reverts to it. Let's print that. It's weird though, it's updating desired gate, but not the gate itself. Huh. Where's desired gate? Input. Are we supposed to be using that somewhere to set the actual gate? On begin play, hit allowed gate. Oh boy. It might have to do with character movement. No, but character movement settings were adjusted. Because we just imported the character. So... Stance, standing, rotation mode. Oh, because we're in aiming rotation mode. It doesn't allow us to sprint while in aiming mode. I had overridden this because I liked how aiming mode looked. Okay, hold on, I can fix that. And we'll clean up the node orgy while we're doing it. now we can fix the node orgy. And we'll just, I don't know, we'll just throw this somewhere. Doesn't really matter, just need it to be visible. Okay, that's better. Now we should be able to sprint. We cannot. What? But I fixed you. Can sprint is false. Why is can sprint false? Is maybe this aiming mode turning sprint false? Yes. I don't know how I feel about the sprinting in this in the first place. But we'll keep it on for now. I mean, we can always lower the velocity too. Could be better, could be worse. But I'm not upset with that. It's a massive improvement to what we had before. In addition to just having access to the mantling system, which is something I only had in the traces and I didn't actually have animations hooked up to. So being able to splice in our own trace system into their mantling animations is fucking beautiful. I think it looks pretty nice. With first and third person support. Yeah, I think we could improve the camera for sure in first person. It's very clippy. And not clippy as in the Microsoft Assistant. That's a good clippy. This is bad clippy. movement speed kind of just needs to be adjusted overall. Well, I made a lot of character movement component changes. If we splice this back into the chasm, which we want to do, then I probably need to retain that project's character movement control adjustments. I'm also not too sure how to feel about sprint speed and acceleration here. .15 air control. Wouldn't mind returning that to 0.6. Yeah, I think this could be improved still. Sure. What's it doing for sprint? Just like adjusting the speed? Where's this used? Get allowed gate. Okay, where's this used? Uh-huh. And it's in the current movement settings. Sprint speed 600. Walk, run. Yeah, those could be adjusted. Just walking. I almost move this down to 300 and 450. This feels really fast. I don't feel lowered. We still zooming. We fast as fuck, boy. Let's worry about that later. Let's get our interaction trace back in. I don't want to fuck with this right now. It's also possible that this character overrides that, if I had to guess. No, it doesn't. Oh, it does. I see. It uses a... Oh, fuck. Oh, I just slammed my knee. Ow, Mom! Ow. Okay. It did really fucking hurt, though. Oh, there's metal parts. Ow. God damn, you try to get comfortable, you ruin everything. We could just make new row names. I'm assuming that what it's doing is it has like a data table row handle. I probably shouldn't have fucked with these then. What were the defaults of these? 165, 375, 650. Goes back. How you doing, Casper? We have... Okay, hold on. Hold on, don't look. Don't look. Where's the stupid function? Come here, you bitch. Okay, now you can look. That was weird. We have ALS in the project. And still the spinning flag, ignore that. And we have our custom tick hooked up to the mantling. There was a bug with ALS that we had to fix. And the first person camera looks pretty shit in this. But this is a start. And this has our crouch. Has our sprint. We do not have leaning yet, but that should be pretty easy to do, hopefully. Probably. I think that it is better than what we had, but still needs improvements. I also switched its movement, like its aiming, to use the default aiming controls, which I think is more responsive when rotating. I'm generally positive towards it, but I don't like how slow it is to rotate your character when sprinting. And I only feel that when sprinting. And I don't know if it's because of the velocity or if it's because it sets some other controls about it. One thing at a time, right? But I'm going to backport this into the chasm as well. Because we needed this exact same thing in there, but in third person. But I think it's good. I don't know how you feel about it. You seeing it here? I think the mantling could be improved a bit, but we have it there and it's working with our traces, so. one thing at a time with that. Hey, no risky. How is your Thursday? It is Thursday, right? Tomorrow we have the Kickstarter reviews? Yes, we do have Kickstarter reviews tomorrow. Yeah, I think it's good. I think it's good. And then I'm just gonna port over the first-person character interaction stuff that we do. Turn off debug. So this was our code here that we spliced into their code, and we removed 2 of their sections and 1 of ours. Because this was to check for basically whether or not the player could actually fit and whether or not the space up there is walkable. And we basically already had the code to do that. We obviously need to do a lot of cleanup. We do not need this anymore. Were we using the physics handle on the first person character? I thought we weren't using that. No, we just need to add the physics spring arm and the item pickup checker. Yeah, these 2 need to be added. This is attached directly to the camera, though. Which I don't know how to feel about it, because this would be... It's using a camera manager. I don't know where we would put that. Could we just put it there? Item pickup checker can be thrown on the BP. We don't need this. We do need all of this. We were referencing the spring arm directly. We now have to get our camera manager. I thought we made a reference somewhere. Oh no, we're setting the controlled pawn. Movement model. Blah, 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 blah. I think it would be safe to throw some more shit onto here. Oops, not local. Yeah, shut up. I think these will need to be refactored. I don't like how... I don't like all the underlying calls here. Kind of annoying. That box was attached to our capsule, is that correct? Hey, working. What game are we working on? We're not working on a game at all. We're working on a toolkit, which we intend to use for games. But not yet. That should be fine. We're refactoring our character for the ALS character. We sell it in FAP? Maybe? Maybe? Right now it's just meant for internal use though. Yeah, we use a lot of the first person camera in calculations. But I don't know if I can get the world position of the camera manager. It's not really considered a scene component, is it? How does it actually control, like what camera is in there? Because I want to get the player's forward vector. Is it this camera behavior skeletal mesh? I can get its debug view rotation. Are these updated on tick or something? It's weird. Check the camera target actor for the ALS character tag. This will let the camera manager know if use the custom camera behavior. Camera target. It's not even used anywhere. That's weird. I'll try the transform component. Although I'm just not sure how to feel about that. We had trace length at 300. Current interactive physics actor. Start interaction should be good. That's separate though, that's a different thing. We actually don't use that right now. We need our regular interaction added. That's just the event graph taken care of. We then have our tick graph, of which we'll call interaction trace. And tick trace. Variable. Variable. Those should be okay. Grab those. I think we'll need to refactor the already exists? What do you mean one already exists? No, it doesn't. Oh, made it into a function. That was weird. Okay. Sure. We need to give it the... We need this on begin play too. Kind of annoying that it doesn't recreate the functions though. I can do it this way instead. Why does it look like something was deleted there? Oh yeah, there was a delay. Oh, because it's in a fucking function. That's fine. Like, that can happen after, it doesn't matter. It's gonna break a lot. This is gonna break a lot. I didn't think this through well enough. That's fine though, that should happen. I mean, you end up refactoring your main character, this kind of shit happens, so. That is gonna break a lot though. Yes, to AOS, player camera manager. This is even assuming that this will grab the right vector. Okay. We moved that to the camera manager, didn't we? Oh, my dispatchers. Yeah, fuck. No chance I can just copy this, right? Nope. All I can say is we're going to need to do a lot more refactoring to this. Not too many, thankfully. Yeah, we're not gonna backport this yet into the platformer game. Because right now I just be copying a whole bunch of stuff that's specific to this toolkit. And we need to clean it up before we do that. And ideally move some stuff to components. Move some hard references. Just generally trim it up. Which one did we have? Cost charge update? What was linked to that? Cost charge update elapsed seconds. Oh, because I didn't set up the input for that. Okay. That is green. What a mess. Another trace. Okay, we're getting there. Getting there. It's almost good. Still need one more graph pulled over though, which is the pickup grab graph. Well, that's got a lot of potential for breaking. Camera manager. We're still assuming that this will the values that we want. A little bit worried it won't. Fucking spring arm again. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. That I don't like. I don't know why they use this camera manager. I don't know what benefit that is supposed to provide. Honestly. Peer functions would be a lot nicer here. Okay, let's start for that. It's our interaction. Did it fuck with all my... Not really. It looks okay-ish. Need the spring arm. We'll just get it functional first, though. Fuck around with it on Monday. part of it is working. The physics spring arm is not. I don't know what it's doing. Let's go one thing at a time. There's some warnings before. I don't see them anymore. Oh, there they are. Don't know why I wasn't auto-scrolling. Yeah, we can fix the collision profile issue. I don't know what's using that. We can either make it. I want to know what's using it first. Why is this not working? Well, I probably know some of the reasons why this is not working. Or all of them. Because I didn't set up any of the default values for it. Let me do that. Uh-huh, there we are. Now we're talking. Yeah. Okay, where's this collision channel? Profile. Why is it being used? Collision profile ALS character. ALS character. Actor hashtag. That can't be it. That's specifically a collision. Wrong place. Sphere trace. Sphere trace by profile. Oh, it's a multi-sphere trace. My bad. I'm just gonna move this over to a regular by channel. It should be fine. What does that get used for? It's a pure function used in the mantle check. Oh. We're not even using that. The unplugged version. Which should still be occurring. Ignore the MBVM stuff. Yeah. Somewhere else. Okay. Maybe it's in a different blueprint. Camera manager. No, that's the tag. Animation BP. Aha. Let's stop it. Or self, no complex. Hit result. We'll shove it in their node orgy. Hopefully that will still work as intended. We'll need a lot of tweaking. Good start, though. And all of our old stuff should be working now, too. Okay, wow. Oh, we were. That was a day. That was a clean 6 hours of work. I am happy with it. But I could be happier. We have a lot to clean up, a lot to organize in this blueprint. I'd like to get all of the node origin more aligning with COVID rules. We'll need to backport this to the platformer project that we're working on, the game, which is moving forward. The base character bought asset. This is free, Frades. This is from the ALS, Advanced Locomotion System. Is available. Here. This project. And we've done a lot of modifications to it. Yeah, I can look at it. It is working with 5.7. It doesn't say. It says 5.4. You will have to update everything to input, enhanced input actions, and not the old input actions, which is kind of annoying. There's also one bug with the mantling, which is built into the system that we had to fix manually. Everything else though is working just fine. And then we have, oops, I just switched it to Italian. See that? And we've gotten to working with our own custom interaction system and traces too for mantling, so that's great. But it definitely needs more work. And a lot of tweaking. How you doing, Claremont? I mean, I could try returning the tick mantling back. I mean, it does make it smoother, that's for sure. Which, the original Superman? I remember that one. I think I do prefer that in hindsight. Well, it's starting to take shape. We do have our crouch now. not sure how I feel about some of the micro movements. Especially with running. Like, you'll move the camera, but it takes time for... the character to actually change its velocity, which I know is realistic. I'm just not sure how I feel about it. But since it's all running on the CMC, I think that it could be reverted theoretically, or modified. Only really seems to happen when sprinting. Yeah, there's a lot of jiggling. It's primarily built for third person, but it does have built-in support for first person. But you get the jiggling, and I think we need to address that for sure. I certainly would want to turn off the head bob myself. I don't like head bob in most games. Pretty subtle here, but still kind of annoying. A whole different camera in the first place would be nice. We could try reverting the camera back to what is built into the first person character. I wouldn't mind seeing if that looks better. But this is a start. Our only goal today was to refactor to use this new ALS character, and we've done so. Now we can tweak it, we can fix it, we can make it better. Good start. But yeah, I'm just not sure how I feel about this camera manager that it's using. I don't know. We'll worry about it on Monday. I might take a look into it over the weekend, because tomorrow we have our Kickstarter reviews. It's almost December too. We gotta finish up Kingdom Come Deliverance too. We just have to finish it before the 19th. That's really what it comes down to. And even if I have to throw in a couple of full days for it, we'll do it. And maybe I'll skip some of the side quests. I know, heresy, I know, especially for me. You know how much of a completionist I am. But it's just, there's so much content. There's so fucking much. And we haven't even done the DLCs yet. I'd like to finish the main game though. And then we can think about doing the rest of it, but before 19th, main story needs to be finished. Holiday plans? No. Sit at home, watch some shit, do some cooking, baking maybe. Jigsaw puzzle, some reading. And visit your folks in Nova Scotia, Jesus. Don't they talk weird there? Spending time with your wife, that's true. That's not a bad thing, but yeah, I don't have any plans beside that. Oh, it's Newfoundland. Okay. Is wait, what's the South Park meme with Nova Scotia? Is that it's all incestual or something? Like the Alabama of Canada? If you're Canadian, you should know all the South Park episodes that make fun of Canada. history was a French colony named Acadia. Really? Which one of the wars we named it? Nova Scotia, New Scotland. Oh. Indians were expelled and went to Louisiana called Cajun. Really? Wait. So in Canada, in what is now Nova Scotia, the original Acadians from the French people from Nova Scotia got expelled and then went down to Louisiana. Little mushroom people. Why would you wait? They went all the way, but why would you go down all the way to Louisiana? Was it just because did they like follow the Mississippi? Or where is Nova Scotia actually? I've never known where Nova Scotia is. Oh. How did they end up in Louisiana? Oh, because okay, so it had pre-existing French. Okay, I see. Because I was like, okay, if they're up here, why don't they just like, I don't know, sail to Massachusetts or something, or New York? But I guess they just went all the way around, or maybe they landed here and then just kind of migrated down. Massachusetts was pretty British at the time? Oh, okay, so it was at that time in history. It was before independence. Okay. That makes more sense. Fucking crazy, man. Okay. Thanks for teaching me, I didn't know. I don't like this shit either. I don't know. We gotta refact. I don't know. It's functional. I guess that was the point of today, was to get it functional. But I don't like grabbing like the camera manager and getting the transform component. That's annoying. I don't like not having the camera on the player character itself. And maybe there's a way that we can return that. We need to organize all these variables that we added. New functions. Oh, we have so much work to do here. It's pretty crazy, you know, just like French in Canada is just wild to me. Because you'll have places with people that seem to be able to speak French better than they can speak English. And the only thing that it reminds me of is like some parts in... I don't remember why our interaction trace is being weird. Oh, probably because default interaction trace is not working. Yeah, it's just so weird. Not in a bad way. Let me double check that all of the defaults here that are what they should be too. I'm not gonna push this to main yet, though. We still have way too much to do here. Tweaking. All the good shit. Tick trace default on everything else. 300 on the trace length. I remember setting that. Nothing else matters. There's some in data layer here. I don't know why that's there. That's better. Hey, Worm Juice. That explains the French people don't like to speak the English language. Just I have a French friend, and he obviously, you know, like all French people, he hates French people. It's just so weird. I think the French and the English have more in common than they want to admit. And they have such a tumultuous, funny history, especially together. Nobody hates the French as much as the French. But then they're also proud in some ways to be French. But there's like the true French and the you know, fake French people. And I think every faction in France considers themselves the actual French people. Wild. Cameron was raised French Canadian, claims to be, but I'm only 10% French by DNA and the rest is English. The world is silly, isn't it? Heavy ass barrel. Kind of push it. Oh, hold on. I need to fix like some of the physics too of the character. We need to make sure that this is set up the same way that we have the first-person character set up. Jumping, falling, I fucked with. The physics interaction. Initial push force factor of 100, and then divide that by 10 for the push force. Should be good. We shouldn't be able to push these things as much. Especially the heavier stuff. I like the idea for the barrel being too heavy just to be able to push it a bit though. It's kind of fun. I feel like that could create some emergent opportunities. How you doing, Jody? Yeah, we're gonna mess around with that more on Monday. That's the plan. I'm not gonna mess around with it anymore today, though. I think that is a good start. A very good start. And the good news is we can backport that to start really working fast with the platformer game, too. But I'll need to, I don't know, We'll need to adjust some stuff. We'll need to adjust some stuff. What am I working on and what language? The language of champions. Blueprints. But I was refactoring our character today to have a new movement system, which will have which has proper animations for like mantling and climbing, and also had a built-in crouch, which was nice because we needed a crouch too. And we have it working pretty well. But it needs a lot of tweaking, especially with the camera and with some of the movement properties. A lot of tweaking work needs to be done. But it's a really good start for us. New ALS system and updated all existing functionality for interaction and grabbing. Good thing is it's very lightweight. It's only like 90 megabytes for the entire set of animations, and we could even delete the meshes that we're not using for that. But I would like to get it working with the default mannequin or something. Well, I think it is already built to work with the default mannequin, but I have to check. We took a custom trace-based mantling system too, and we hooked it up to its existing animations. Really good stuff. Oh, just missed. I can see the animations working here. I missed. Yeah, camera, obviously we don't want any clipping like that. That's annoying. We'll tweak it and clean it all up on next week. I think the rotation feels pretty good. Not trying to be a dick. Oh, no worries. Asking if I'm working on myself is not an issue. What do you say, we? I'm not working by myself. I have a programmer friend. He has a full-time job, though, so generally he is on major important work only. If we need him. And then we have an artist, 3D artist. And right now we don't need him for this project yet. So we have a game that we're working on with a level designer. Artist is going to be working on the mood board right now. And the level designer is going to be pitching a first concept for the level itself. And I'm working on mechanics and general direction of the game. I have no desire to be a solo dev. Even if one person, like my friend who only helps out maybe on weekends or when I really need him, I still wouldn't call myself a solo dev. I don't need the ego trip. Yeah, no worries. We have no money, we have no funding, so we're just trying to get along and do what we can in the time that we have. And right now I have like full time to work on this stuff. Others may not. But it doesn't matter. We're all trying to align with the same goals and desires here. Thanks for the follow. I do hope you enjoy yourself here. We keep things pretty chill. Occasionally talk about some weird subjects. Do some gaming here and there. you doing, Dr. Elliot? Steal their work, make more drama so I can watch Asmongold shit on you? I'm not doing that. Rex is our artist, though. And Rex has been... Okay, so we... I'll explain a problem that we have. You see these... here, I'll disable something. Give me 1 second. He and I have been racking our brains trying to fix a problem with a material. Where do I create it? Oh, it's on drag drop probably. Temp debug. Temp new solution. Disable this. So when you look at an object, you see these corners. We want that created by a mesh and a material because we have a lot more control over it. And right now we're drawing this with debug, what are they called? Coordinates, which is like, it works, but it's kind of silly because they have colors and it's a built-in after post-process rendering sort of thing. He and I have been racking our brains recently trying to figure out how we can create the same effect in a material. Because right now we are dealing with stretching issues, as you can see here. And so that is what Rex is currently losing his mind with. But I was as well. Have you checked with the Unreal Source Discord yet, Rex? Or are you still trying to do it on your own? Oh, so close. I mean, come on. All the nightmares you had lately. Just ask on the source Discord, because I think somebody could probably point you in the right direction. There has to be a way to separate the material from the mesh scale. Right now we're not working on a game, we are working on a toolkit with which we can build multiple games with. So we're working on like agnostic systems that would be usable in a kind of broad umbrella genre, and then we want to create games or small experiences within that umbrella. And that way we don't have to like make a whole bunch of this stuff over and over again or reconfigure it each time. We want to just be able to port this between projects and then build the unique experiences on top of that and the unique systems on top of that too. So it's kind of boring. We're just kind of sitting here making mechanics and fiddling around with character movements and stuff, but it will save us a lot of time moving forward because we can just pull this into the new projects and work from there. Oh. Well, that's a fun bug. Was this because it was trying to... I bet it was trying to jump up on top of this mesh that we're holding. I know the issue. I know exactly the issue. Unity streamer, Godot streamer, Unreal streamer, finally after all these years I have all three. Well, I'm definitely not a Unity. Do you mean me? Or have you found one of each? I've noticed a lot of people have said that there aren't many Unreal streamers on Twitch. Found at least one of each. I've noticed Unreal is not very popular on Twitch stream. Not much of Unity either. Most indie is now Godot. Well, I mean, it's a good engine. They're all good engines. Different uses. different pros and cons. C++ is very scary and unsafe language. I don't know, I've worked in... Every single game that I've worked on in a professional setting has been C++. No, except for one. One was Unity, so one would have been C#. But that one didn't end up getting released. So every released project I've worked on has been C++. I know the issue. The issue with jumping is that it's working off of a visibility trace. Let's not forget that. Okay, is there any way that I could fix that? I could tell it to ignore the actor that we're currently holding. I wonder if that'll throw out errors though if it's invalid. Where's the character? There it is. Yeah, we worked with one. It was the proprietary engine for Darkest Dungeon. And that was written by the programmer himself. And it was a very good engine. And then all the commercial releases after that were Unreal. Portal? What is Portal? Oh, you mean the game Portal? I could well, we don't want to disable the collision because it needs to have physics with like the environment, right? So if you're like stacking boxes or something. But the traces that I do for mantling are built on visibility. Because of course, if you can't see it, you shouldn't be able to mantle onto it. What I can do is just have the trace ignore whatever we're holding. My only concern is whether or not if the actor we're holding is invalid, will it spit out errors? Because of course, if we aren't holding anything and we tell it to ignore what we're holding, we can run into an issue with that. But it might be okay. Camera manager, let me grab the physics spring arm. This is a very backwards way of doing it. Like I said, we'll clean it all up on Monday. How's visual scripting feel compared to normal coding? Well, I'm much faster with visual scripting, I can say that. Yeah, it's fixed. Let's see if it spits out an error if I don't have it equipped. Nope. Seems to be okay. Perfect. Okay, that solves that bug. I noticed a bug too with our... We shouldn't be able to jump in fine-tuning mode, but we can. Unless I kept that there. Maybe that's okay. We definitely shouldn't be able to vault, though. Let me check. No. Perfect. climbing with it is a little bit awkward, but it's a future tweak to make. I mean, for an item like this anyway, you could just pick it up and put it in your inventory, so... I don't think we need to worry too much about it. I really missed that one. Yeah, that's good. And as a news studio, because you know, obviously we worked in the industry before this, we've released one game on Steam, and we were trying to make one that was larger and pitch that to a publisher, which they did like, but we couldn't get the funding that we needed, fortunately, and it was mostly because we didn't have an established team already. Which, you know, how do I fix that problem without money? So we had to go in a bit of a different direction. I'll push that change. Fixed issue with being able to climb up on grabbed actors. Wonderful. On Monday, we'll pick that up and do some more tweaking to it. Both of these were fixed. This was the game we made for like 2.5 years. Oh yeah, I saw Bannerlord got naval combat too, which is pretty wild. Even a theme song made for it too. I do miss working on this game. You can play with the beach ball. Okay, so there's one thing. You'll hear an audio delay. That is not the game. That is my capture card. So if you are wondering why the hit of the beach ball is so delayed, it is entirely my stupid ass capture card. Yeah, you can play with the animals on the main screen, and it's got full day-night cycle, everything here. They like to bonk the ball as well. Silly animals. No, we had most of the systems already working here. It was really nice. Fishing, farming, combat, whole alchemy system. It's a pretty complete prototype. Water seems because the water system was a piece of shit. But it did look nice when you were swimming and everything. Oops, it's my cheat menu. One day we shall return. with the proper funding and the proper team. And make things into a truly spectacular experience. Oh. Oh, just a bunch of dirty water. It was pretty fun to make those floating, though. Just the actual indie MMORPG people have warned us against doing. It wasn't an MMO. It was completely single player. I had no desire to go multiplayer with this. But it also wouldn't have been an indie team. We would have scaled up to about 30 people in full production. We had weather too. Although, of course, green trees when it's winter wouldn't have been very nice. Other shaded work, yes. What's the blizzard one look like? Looks nice with Lumen. Stupid audio delay. Spooky skeleton. Miss me, bitch. Idiot. Here, I will fortify his stamina for him. Here, sir. Enjoy. The zombies. We had massive branching dialogue as well. You know, the goal was to make potions for NPCs and then that would change their fates and everything. That was all working. This was unreal. This is unreal. Also had hut upgrades too, so like you can put a where is it? We have books too. How about that? Usable items, there it is. Greenhouse. Should have put a light in here. My bad. Although I guess that would have kind of destroyed the purpose of a greenhouse, right? But it's not like this is UV light, so it should have been fine. Readable books. We can even teach you stuff too. You get to pages where it tells you things. We'll say it's temporarily paused. We pitched this to publishers. They loved the idea. They liked how much we had done. The primary issue for them is like, hey, we need this money to make the game. They're like, okay, your numbers look great. Project looks fantastic. Seems realistic. Where's your team? We're like, well, you know, that's kind of why we need money, right? Like, oh yeah, No. We don't give you money to make a team. We give you money to make the game. They didn't, you know, none of them said that, but that was pretty much the implication. I'm like, okay, well, the fuck am I supposed to do with that? What do you think I came to you? So, you know, we didn't want to get investors or anything. We certainly didn't want to sign a publishing deal that was going to be negative for us. We are very much a ethical studio, so no microtransactions, no blockchain, no AI usage, no bullshit. You pay for the game, you get the game. So we put it on pause until we could meet the financial needs of the project. That was the plan, at least. Said, have a battle pass or monthly subscription? No. Make a team that you don't pay the team, then you get money from publisher and pay team. See the fault in that logic. I think it's so what most studios do, which is not what we do. And in fairness, we did this, we wanted to do this in this way because it would be the safest to scale up, and it would mean that we retain 100% of the rights to what we're making. But what most studios do is they get money from investment. You know, they try to make a prototype maybe on like a shoestring budget. They go to investors, they say, here's what our company valuation is, invest in us. Company says, okay, we're going to buy 40% of your company, which gives you, I don't know, $100,000. You use that to hire the people. You make super quick MVP, pitch deck, budget, milestone plan, all that shit. You take that to a publisher and you say, okay, here's our plan. They say, we will give you the $500,000 that you need per year or something for a total budget of $1.5 million. And we have to recoup costs before you get to see a dime of that. And, you know, it's either you succeed or you don't sell enough copies or it tanks. And one of those pathways determines if you can actually afford to pay people enough to build the next game. That's pretty scary to me, right? Because I don't want to, like, hire people and barely have enough money and stress myself out and look like the Witcher 3 lead after 2 years. Google image him if you want to see what that looks like. So we're like, okay, we're gonna spend our time making really good prototype on our own, no budget, and we're gonna take that to a publisher, and ideally we get a good publishing deal because this is much more complete than any prototype you're probably gonna see. And that's what publishers said about it too. And then we don't have to have investors, which means we can just build this game according to our own desires, along with a publisher, because, you know, you have a daddy in some cases, right? The milk has to come from somewhere, and they are the only tit that we wanted. But apparently that's just not going to work because we don't have the team established, right? They do have the cash. I don't know, it was a bit foolhardy, sure, but it's not like this is unfinished. It's not like this is poorly done. We have the pitch deck, we have the prototype, it's all here, it's all working. I think there's a lot we can do with it once we do have the funding. And more than just running around in an open world, the entire point was to, you know, make potions for NPCs and have all this RPG branching dialogue, and that's all here too. We have 3 fully written characters. One is like a tutorial character, and then we have 1 completely written character, and a merchant as well. Yeah, so like you would make the potions yourself here. Ignore the keck. Carrot, toadstool. Obviously we know that this makes a... Oh no, we don't know what this makes because we don't have the knowledge of what's on a carrot. But we do know that toadstool has restore health 1 and restore stamina. And we know some of its flavor values too. So we can brew a potion. Oh, the carrot doesn't have that. Hold on. I know what I was looking for, is the dragon's eye. And that will brew a restore health potion. And of course, we can drink this ourselves. We can give this to a NPC and see if it helps complete their desires. Or we can throw this at enemies to restore their health if we want. Or on creatures, because there are things that are not going to be angry at you. Although I think health restoration actually hurts undead enemies. So it's very much like your potions are your weapons. This is your toolkit. Go crazy with it. Do what you want. Oh yeah, it does hurt him. Idiot. I'm running away. Yes, potions would interact with the environment. Yes. They can be used to clear obstacles. They can be used to create like pools of fire. We had a full list somewhere of all the paralyze, destructibles. Let me go into the dungeon and spawn in some test potions. We have rituals too, so rituals can be used to change the weather, to craft new items, to modify the effects of potions. I can show that in a second. We can create a little ball of light. This has aether light on it, so that looks really nice at nighttime. Not noon. Aether light also has an effect on players and creatures. That will like light them up, for instance. This is our dungeon. There's puzzles that you can solve with potions too. In this case, the door will close if something stands off of it very fast. If you have a potion of... Hold on, I'm going to kill these zombies. Again, ignore the audio delay. Oh, ow, almost killed myself. We have a potion of slow. We can use the potion of slow to slow down the door. Add some random potions, see if we get one. Ah, here we go. So there's plenty of uses for potions. It's always very nice. Broken walls. Destroy that. Audio delay is a problem with my capture card. It's not in the game at all. I think my capture card is dying and it just slowly gets worse over time. Kind of annoying. This is to simulate what like a bridge would do and crash down. You could jump over the ruins. Very much a prototype, right? But it is all functional gameplay. That was important to us to showcase. Adventurer with an arrow in his knee. Carpe. There's Carp. Carpe diem. What else? Obviously the farming. I don't think I have any seeds on me though. I do have some seeds. Actually, this will grow at nighttime. Plant the Toxicap. You just heard it go through a growth cycle. The nice thing about the greenhouse is that it will grow here regardless of biome. Otherwise, biomes are key to that. So I think we have... Players should start with some default plots. Here's one. Oh, but we don't have anything for this biome. The only seed we have is the purple desert flower. We'll cheat. We'll add some seeds. Some wheat. So that is dependent on light and biome. Light is also will change based on weather. So when it's clear, it can obviously know the sun can come down. Otherwise, if it's partly cloudy or cloudy, it'll show cloudy. Some things will grow without sun. Some things require only the sun, or will only grow at nighttime. There's the cave. Cave is great because it's always nighttime, so that will grow things there. What else do we have? I know I'm missing. Oh, the altars. Altars cool. That was a pretty recent addition too, before we had paused development. Oh, I did. That's right. I wrote a Fishing for the Cognitively Impaired book. I love that book because it just calls you stupid all the time. Where's that book? Fishing for the Cognitively Impaired by Reginald F. Dorlicker. As you are reading this, I would assume you to not be as cognitively impaired as possible. This is a positive thing, as idiots shouldn't be wandering into dangerous forest to fish. True. But that'll teach you about bait, so you can learn a lot about what's used to catch different fish. I think it taught us about a toe biter, right? Yeah. We can catch toe biters with trapping, actually. River guppy can be caught with caterpillars and worms. Caterpillars you can get by farming. Oh, here's the muddy bullhead. Tells you about toadstool usage. That's always nice. Ingredients can also be dried, cut, cooked, ground, fermented, and I think I'm missing one, distilled. And that will change the effects and flavor that they have. Some NPCs will prefer different flavors for their quests, but it's generally not going to get you... It's not going to fail you if you don't get the flavor right on a potion, but it could. Like a young child who needs a sweet potion because they're dying of, I don't know, magical cancer, and they can't keep down a potion that is really, I don't know, spicy health potion. I guess you could make that. You tried saying the book meta's transparency can have user responsive AA? No. But if we remade this and we would be remaking this from scratch, I think that we would be doing that. But I'm not an artist or anything. You're asking a lot from me. We have essence altars, so we could do something that changes the weather maybe. Clear skies, clouds. Rain would be nice. Druid sense in the center and a crimson clawfish in the salt receptacle. Let's do that. I think this is the salt receptacle, right? Water. Air. Moon. Wait. No, wait. Druid sense is in the salt. Crimson clawfish was, I think, in the water receptacle. Okay, crimson clawfish. I think there's a druid sense potion over here. There we go. And then if we throw a potion of restore essence, that will reawaken the altar and attempt to perform the ritual. Yes, indeed it did. And now it should start raining. So that could be useful because there might be some ingredients that are only harvestable during the rain. Or enemies might react differently during the rain. Maybe there's a place with fire and the fire is not going to be active during the rain too. It'll be partly cloudy, so maybe you're trying to grow some plants that only grow during partly cloudy weather. Honestly, it's a sandbox. You kind of just do what you need to do. And there's plenty of other rituals too that we added. Like crafting rituals to craft different ingredients from scratch. Or modification rituals, which will boost the effects of potions. So this will boost restore health and fortify health effects on the potion that you put in the center. The reason I'm not talking to him is because I added voice acting and I voice acted him myself, and it's really cringe for me to hear. I don't want to hear it, but fully branching dialogue, very deep branching too, and the fates of the NPCs changes not just based on what you say to them, but also the potions that you give. So if they're asking for, a potion of restore health 2, but you give a restore health 3, that could lead to a better result. If it's only restore health 1, maybe it's a partial success. It's completely up to you what potion you give, and in some cases, the potion they ask for may not be what they actually need. You are a specialist. They tell you their problem. They might tell you what they think they need, but if there's something better that you can anticipate, you can do that too. I will be leaving here though, so I will not be online, but we're normally online between 9 a.m. Central European to 4 p.m. Central European. Oh my god, I forgot that he spawns when it rains. I totally forgot, dude. He was just stalking me. Ooh, that scared me. He runs away and tries to hide behind trees and stuff. He's kind of cute. But if you have your back to him, he sneaks up on you. It's kind of funny. Oh! Silly boy. So yes, I would like to get back to this project at some point in the future. I really, really would. This was a dream game of mine to make. But we're learning more. We're building up our skills. And if we can build up a little bit of funding, I think we can start working on the production with a small team, which would be very exciting. Only one complaint. I applied for a job recently and the guy looking at my resume said that it lacked design ownership. And I just find that really funny when I have this game on the resume. Oops. Yeah, you can break open these barrels too. I forgot about that. Do I have anything that can break that open? Paralyze well. Oh, I still have a concussive blast potion. I'll do it. Cute little debug arc. Bright ass purple. Good stuff. I mean, the one good thing about Fluid Flux is that it did work. Like, it looks really cool. I like the vortexes that it makes. this rock bugged? Oh yeah, look at that. This rock doesn't have collision. And the mesh acts weird when you're underwater here. Oh, $300 plugin, by the way. Waste of money. Stolen Skyrim sound. Okay, this wasn't commercially available anyway, it was just for pitching to publishers. And we very recently just secured the, well, hopefully, had a little bit of a trademark issue, but we have hopefully secured the trademark to the name of the game too, which we will use in the future. That was a bit of a legal kerfuffle. But yeah, I'm gonna post this up on YouTube. I will see you guys tomorrow. We are doing the Kickstarter reviews tomorrow, so if you are new to the channel or curious, we look at Kickstarter games, and I'm not going to put it lightly. They're mostly a bunch of AI slop and scams and people who don't know what they're doing. But that's part of the fun. You know, we also see really good Kickstarters and some games that are definitely worth backing. There's usually one or two every month. But it's also a lot of AI slop, and we also talk about what makes a good Kickstarter page, what, you know, can lead to success, what can lead to failure. And it's pretty funny when we see the stupid games that are just somebody asking for like $10 million to make their MMORPG idea that was spawned off of ChatGPT or something. It's a bit soul crushing when I read those, but also kind of funny. So we're doing that tomorrow. And then next week and the weeks after, we're doing the Immersive Sim Toolkit as usual. Probably playing some KCD2 in the afternoon, because we need to finish that. And then on the 19th of December, we're doing our GOTY stream. So we will be reviewing all the games that I have played over the year. And it has been a lot of games. Not all of them, but a good portion of the big games. And seeing what our GOTY is. That's the plan. And we'll have to work on putting the January streams together. Oh, December 2, there's going to be a charity stream somewhere in here. I don't know where. I got to figure that out. But we're doing a charity stream for the Jingle Jam that the Yogscast host. And we'll be raising money for... God, my mind is just destroyed today. What is it called? Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. My cousin was a beneficiary of it. Oh, fuck. They help kids. Make-A-Wish. Jesus Christ. We're going to be doing a charity stream for Make-A-Wish, and all the proceeds will go to Make-A-Wish. But you guys will be able to get access to a bundle of games for the Jingle Jam during that, so you can like pay for the games, and all the money from that goes towards that charity. So you don't get nothing out of it. And we'll probably do some crowd control games during that day. So we'll just have a chill time, raise some money, donate to Make-A-Wish, and hope that that money can go towards helping some future dreams come true for kids in need. But either way, I will see you guys tomorrow for Kickstarter reviews. Peace. Thank you so much for the follows today, and it was really nice to meet some of you. Donation, I need that money. I mean, if you need the money, keep the money. You know, people are, it's a tough time. But if you want to get some games, I don't know what the games are going to be yet, but we'll talk about that when we start to see the bundle up. And I'll schedule a stream. We might do 2 days of the charity stream, depending on how well it goes. But as long as we can make at least $100 for charity would be awesome. And yeah, we'll see. Yeah, Kickstarter reviews tomorrow. Tomorrow, whole day. So guys, take care. Have a wonderful rest of your Thursday. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Cheers.